that there were a lot of support has been given into this part of into this aspect, and they were all of them are youth, and they are all Muslims to teach the Islamic studies on base of values. And one of the institutes, the Supreme Council of Muslims in Germany, they are applying the execution of citizenship that the German execution would take it. And what are the Muslim initiatives that are taking? And they are teaching the female and male teachers into the mosques, and to tackle all of these movements externally that who are trying to master the German language, and also to look forward into the culture and the German culture, and taking into these into your minds that these institutes, they are not only taking the Islamic studies as fiqh and authenticities and how to describe all of these definitions and how to counter them, but also they are trying to speak about a lot of topics such as the extremism and the hatred speech, and what are consolidation of between all of them and all of that. All of these topics would be discussed, has been forced into the science field and also into the Islamic studies, and also the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, the natural studies in Germany. They wanted to look for the cure, has also forced itself in the scientific, the Islamic scientific field, and what are the roles that will take, and how to tackle the pandemic, and how this role, the pandemic role, would offer itself. And speaking specifically upon the Muslim field, or the Muslim role in this German society, to taking this majlis or this community. For example, College of Bعنوان and all of that, and he is one of the establishments, which is one of the establishments which has been offered or supported by the Ministry of Interior in Germany to establish or to rebuild one of the people there in Germany, and also how to support the Islamic or the Muslim students there in Germany. And there were a very positive support to the establishment or the academic establishments in Germany, and to how to the German constitution, there will be framework to distinguish between the Islamic institution and the German or the governmental institutions, and to not mix all of these matters. And I would like the German constitution is taking an approach which is a very unique approach, that this is not a constitution that has been created out of nothing, as in Paris and all other examples, that there will be a partnership between the institutions and the federal institutions and also the Islamic institutions. But it's also promotes at the same time on how to raise the quality of the students there, and to create partnerships with other global institutions and universities, to how to take the idea of modernization. And we are also communicating continuously with Al-Azhar and with Zayd University, and also with the great the youth university, which is محمد Zaid University, and also taking that part to establish or takes, and also taking that German university without taking the political part into this educational path. Doctor, you have only 1 minute. All of these matters would take all of the administration side and the constitution side, which has been participated, and taking all that councils to have the concept of coexistence and citizenship, and also to achieve the high percentages, to not only on the framework to define it, but also taking it that teaching all of these sciences upon the sciences, and have the idea of citizenship, so the German citizen would have this the feeling of pride of his nation, with taking it excitingly, with the same thing we're taking it in an encouragement way to have this Islamic value. And this is the great value of how to taking that part, which is having these activities. And our Prophet peace be upon him, Muhammad peace be upon him, when he gave all the rights of all the different kinds of the society. And what we have this Islamic perception, or what that council has part, or what has been taken in the German society. And this matter, I want to ensure that the Supreme Council of Muslims, they are being continuously communicating with global Islamic institutes that to tackle all of these racism actions, and what are the Islamophobia matters that would tackle. And we as Islamics, we are taking all the modernized Islamics, or the modernized approaches. For example, to be piece by piece, or to be having this path, and to also take a part on how to tackle all the racisms. Racism has unfortunately been a headline for all of the nations, or most of the nations, in globally speaking, that are not taking the tolerance person. And we also want to tackle the racism acts, either their colors, their ethnicities, and also their identities. And also to tackle and to defend all of these tackles, and also to defend these concepts. With that, I conclude. And I didn't reach my first part, but maybe in another time, in another chance or conference. And I hope that I explained everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Abdel Samad Al-Yazidi. He talked about the models of the German experiment, especially the Islamic institutes and Arabic institutes in Germany, and the role of the German government and the institutes of essentials of religion in some cities. Thank you so much, Dr. Abdesam. For coexistence, coexistence has an important role in the life of communities, and it is a means of achieving more security, more safety in the life of the communities. And with coexistence, the countries make much progress. We'd like to welcome Dr. Yashar Sharif Oglu. He is the professor of Sharia, Islamic Sharia, to talk about Islamic studies and its role in promoting the values of coexistence and the citizenship. And he works at the University of Aristoteles. In the name of Allah, most gracious, praise be to God, and prayers and blessing be upon our Prophet Muhammad, all his companions and his followers. Dear scholars, dear brothers and sisters, dear conference, I greet you with the greeting of Islam, the greeting of safety and security. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Let me to add my voice to all who have previously presented by thanking all who work at Muhammad bin Zayed University for universities, and all the people of the public of the United Arab Emirates. Here I cannot forget what the Sahabi has just said. I ask Allah for heaven, for paradise, and avoid me from hell. And I am not good at speech or from nice speech, but I can say God bless you all, and made you winners in life, inshallah, God's willing. Allah protects all the countries, all the nations, and We wish them that they have the best leaders, the best governors, and I would like to thank all who have organized this conference, and we ask Allah to accept our presentation, our words. Dear guests, about presentation, I have presented the conference officials people about the Islamic studies and the values of coexistence. I would like to give you a very brief summary of what I have presented. The paper I have prepared is divided into 4 parts, and then it ends with the conclusion and the references and the indexes. I'm very worried that the moderator might interrupt me. Dear brothers, when I started to prepare the presentation, I looked at this olive tree. When I looked at Zaytuna University, I wished I could use Greece or Greek olives, and I wish that we can feed on olive oil and survive. The olive tribe or the branch of olives is a sign of peace, and it is from Greece. And instead of talking about the 12 gods, instead of saying 12 gods, they have, it was better to say the 12 angels, because the angels were responsible for water and for mountains. Anyhow, we believe in Allah, and we believe that there is no one but Allah. And He says His mercy has included everything. We have lost hope, and we have left everything. We may commit suicide, or we pass away. If our religion is a support to us only or to mankind, Prophet Muhammad would have died in Ghar Thawr, but the mercy of Allah has involved everything, had included everything. And we have been created to pass a test, and so we are facing a test. We have to believe in the mercy of love. We have to trust in God. We work hard all the time, and we leave all our worries to Allah. I wish that He will take you to a trip to Greece. We have here the dark green, and dark green represents Greece. We would like to say, to divide the regulations of religion into 3 parts in the Greece. We have Muslims who live in Rhodos and Kos. These Muslims were left there on these 2 islands after the First World War, because Italy took it and then gave it to the Greece. So those Muslims live there, and they learn Islamic at their best conditions, and they have their own games, so they live a moderate life. So Muslims who live outside Slovakia, from whom I live outside it, and those Muslims, moderate Muslims, they are not considered Muslims from Yunan or Greek Yunan, but they came from abroad. Those people have their own issues, they have own problems. During COVID-19 in Athens, they faced many problems. But Muslims also who live in Trachea have rights and have their own laws. And I would like to direct your attention to an important factor here. Dear brothers, however we live in a world of rules and laws, but Allah has asked us to use the Holy Quran as a reference. Everything must have a reference, must have a if, for example, we say that the number of Muslims is like that, it's very important, and and everything is dealt and has been involved in the holy in our religion. So we must have a reference of what we say or how we act, and we have our own life. Now Muslims are making much progress. Here, Islam is recognized in the Greek as a religion, and the Muslims in front of the laws, especially in the north of Greece, there are 3 Muslim ministers, and they are members of the parliament, and they know the Holy Quran. Even if you go to the court, you have to swear to the Holy Quran that you will say the truth. And the Rhodes Island is a very nice island, and this is a mosque which exists there, and all these people who live in Rhodes are Muslims. They have their own groves and they have their own mosques, because there are some places which do not have graves. And those Muslims who live here, who come from abroad, the Greek island, some of you have visited it, they don't have personal graves. There are mosques, but these mosques are closed. But there are small places for people who immigrated and the students who study at the universities in that area. And finally, there is a formal mosque, a historic mosque, and this mosque doesn't have a minaret, but it is considered a formal place, has been opened, and the Muslims pray inside, and there was some imams who deliver a speech. This is there's a mosque also. Thank you so much. Thank you for good listening.
نشكر الدكتور. Thank you very much for Dr. Bashar Aglu for giving his brief into the Muslim situations in Greece. Always Islam invites the alignment between the theoretical and how to execute things, and the real Muslim who has the reflection of the values of Islam in his behaviors, either with their fellowship Muslims or with the others. And the United Arab Emirates ensured to have the coexistence values to different programs, to have the appreciation and to support these values. We will listen to the third presentation, which is Dr. Fatima Al-Dahmani. Dr. Fatima, she's an advisor for Muhammad bin Zayed University. So please, she will try to she will present her. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We would like to present to thank to Muhammad bin Zayed University for Humanities to having this great conference, and I also greet your excellencies, your eminences, and to all the researchers and to the audience. For the third day for the Islamic Studies Universities and Conference Universities, I am pleased to be one of the members of the panelists on how to have awareness of the coexistence values. So our Islamic cultures and how it's opened to great ideas that would reach to great ideas and would spread the spirits of coexistence ideas, and there will be balancing. There should be consolidation between the teachers and also to the Islamic studies, and also how to let it integrate with the other studies. And for sure, Islamic studies has its own character, and also the focus upon the values of coexistence from the message of Islam and what its purpose to have the great justice and how to have the outcomes of sustainability and to the happiness of the people, and to have the top priority of the Sharia scriptures and the fiqh scriptures and the values and the ethics to reach their coexistence values, and how to promote it into the Islamic programs, and how to align and how to know their outputs. The importance of how to value these coexistent points. It would have a new generation, intellectual generations, and how to live with the other people, and also how to know what are the great things that would come, and how to reach and to pass the future coexistent values to the future generations. So what are the values, coexistent values? Firstly, we would like to know what are the roles of the Islamic studies, and thirdly, do we need to develop the Islamic voices or the Islamic views on how to accomplish these results? This is how this my presentation would answer all these questions. Our dear guests, it's not very far. What are the definition of the coexistence, and how compassion would let people live with each other, and they have living with empathy and compassion as well, and how to be coexistence with their issue, and coexistence for the man would be living with them, and he will also live all his life to be with part of the community, and would meet Allah in the afterlife. And the society would be defined as accept other opinions, and to respect the others' freedoms of speeches, and to respect their behaviors, and respect their point of views as well. And what are the different situations, and would also be avoiding any such misconceptions. And if we can think on how that living is important, would get into a great tolerant point of views, and would be mixed with the tolerance or the tolerant actions without any hatred speeches. And the last thing that would be how to live safely without having any grudges. And all of these definitions would come under the umbrella of tolerance and coexistence, which is something very wider and expanded, and which also give us the amount of research, and there are a lot of researchers that have written all of these things. And there are two values, which is the spirit of mercy and the spirit of power. And the mercy would have a setback, and would take us the compassionate and the power of mercy, and what are the power that has included in it, and how to defend the justice. And I look at the balancing between all of these basics. It has been translated into the God's mercy and God's power, which is being compassionate and empathetic towards that, and which is something that is as His Eminence Abdullah bin Bayah, may Allah bless him, and to give our hand to the people who are poor, and the power which is how to avoid and to protect our own values. So what are the other values that would be there? There would be the coexistence and the respecting the other benefits. And secondly, I would like to speak about the specialities, the other important specialities that would give us the coexistence, the scriptures, and what are the things that would connect to the reality. If you have brought through a few values or few verses from the Quran, there are huge amount of verses that speaks about the coexistence and tolerance, not between the Muslims and each other Muslims or Muslims or for the other people, but includes every single person, the mankind, and that also would give us the humanity between the humanities. We giving a few verses from Quran, and what are the coexistent values and the humanity values that are great, which preserving the conscious. Saying a few verses from the Quran. And from the hadith, who are reading the biography from our Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, on how to interact with the Muslims and non-Muslims. It will give us the space on the Islamic or the perceptions of our Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. It would give us the coexistence of his behaviors and his actions on how to deal with these type of consequences or these conditions. As he has established the Medina community, and everyone has interacted with them with mercy and compassionate and brotherhood, opposing of his action. No one believes good actions for themselves unless they are believing good actions to their own to the others, and which is something that would giving to one of the behaviors of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, on how he has mentioned that I have witnessed all the things, all of the loving actions that would taking the things that would be considerate into these people, and they have committed all of the justice or injustices, and how to serve the oppressors, and how also to protect the oppressors as well. And what is the value to respect the other families or the other values? As the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, returned from his journey from Al-Habasha, that has been newly entered into a masjid, and they wanted to have, and they wanted to prohibit the dancing actions, and Umar ibn Khattab noted that to Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. But they are Banu Arfada, which is they are having their own cultures, their own ethnicities, and these actions would have tolerant and which has been valued, which is something that are related to them upon their actions and beliefs. And what is the history of the Islam, and what are the companions, and what are the things that have they lived on, and what are the values that its people have raised on it, and in their next generations, which are the things that would be referred to it, which is Islam. You have 1 minute remaining. Alright, so I'll be conclude into the suggestions and recommendations. And the last thing I would give a few recommendations, constructive recommendations, so that to support, to empower the coexistence values into the Islamic studies. To understand the coexistence values and definitions, to empower the Islamic studies, to renew the Islamic studies and the sciences, and to look at the authentic values on how to empower view upon the overview, and what are the great things that would be empowering, and referring it to reality, referring or renewing the great things that would has mentioned upon the Sahaba, and including into the Sunnah and the Arabic language, and to execute also the scriptures, and to look forward into looking back into the historic events, and to look into a solid baseline, and a bright future that would also give us the good and the peacing conceptions that would give what are the great things that would happen, that would tackle the hatred speeches and the racist speeches as well. And this is I thank all the people and to give me the opportunity to take a part into this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and gratitude for Dr. Fatma, who has spoken about the concept of coexistence and the tolerance, and the role of Islamic studies to shed lights on these studies, referring to the Holy Quran and the Nabawiyya And the Sunnah, thank you for her recommendations, distinguished recommendations and suggestions. From Indonesia, we have Dr. Noor Hayati Asaqaf, President of Geneva Council for International Affairs and Development, Indonesia, and in the International Federation of Islamic Studies, how to promote the value of existence. You are welcome. In the name of Allah, most merciful, Allah open my heart and remove the knot in my tongue in order to speak and let others understand me.
Scholars, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First of all, please allow me to highly gratitude Muhammad bin Zayed University for Humanity, His Excellency Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayat, Dr. Hamdan Al-Mazrai, Dr. Khalid, Dr. Harifah, and all the organizers for inviting me in this very timely conference on the role of Islamic studies in the university. My topic today is Religion and International Relation, the role of Islamic studies. Sorry, can you put my presentation, please? The role of Islamic studies in the university. Before I start, I would say that I'm the happiest person to be here today. I have spoken to many prominent forums invited by UN Women, UN ESCWA, UNDP, and etc. But the most prominent forum for me to be here with my brothers and sisters in Islam. Thank you for inviting me once again. There is the growing realization among scholars of international relations that religion is an important factor in global politics. Religion influences international relations in multiple significant ways, but it is not the only influence. The relationship between religion and international politics. The relationship between religion and international politics and their effects on the behavior of the actors is considered to be complicated. We all know about Macron policy in France and Trump policy in USA toward Islam. In the academic literature point of view, the linkage between the religion and international relation has been discussed to some extent with varying results. For example, Hassner used the concept of divisible and indivisible conflicts to understand conflict over holy space, such as the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. Hurt, 2004, developed a theory that described two trends in Western secularism and how these two perspectives result in different foreign policy. Hollywood introduced a model stating that secular religious boundaries can influence how individual and organization negotiate the relationship between the rival side of authority and the context in which they attribute or withhold legitimacy. We see that Indonesians have experience with this, how Timor-Leste separated from Indonesia. And we also witness Sudan, North Sudan and South Sudan. Linz adopt a new Weberian approach to religion and international politics that provide conceptual tools to link ethical motivation and interpretation to both context and action, and notes that this approach does not provide simple, parsimonious explanation of behavior, derived from the religious belief of actors. Then we will see, I will emphasize in case of Turkey, one of the most challenging cases has been Turkey's membership in the European Union. Although the official discourse for not granting membership to Turkey, a secular Muslim majority country, has focused on human rights issues, relationship with Greece, and the resolution of the Cyprus problem. Many policymakers and scholars articulate the argument of the European Union's being a Christian club, quote unquote, unwilling to admit a Muslim majority country. European countries are seen to be unwilling to face the possibility for opening their borders to immigration from a country of 60 million Muslims. One of the arguments for the need of mutual understanding of Islam. This is why we need today's conference, Islamic Studies. How Islamic studies outcome can create mutual understanding and mutual respect. Religion as part of the cultural value held by the actors and decision makers in the international affairs plays a significant role in their behavior in their international stage. The lack of understanding about Islam could adversely affect the policy being made, risk of making unjust policy. Need to encourage mutual understanding between Islam and other religions and culture through the academic field of Islamic study, which give birth to mutual respect. So the Islamic Studies branch university could play a role in promoting the understanding of Islam by other cultures. University need to actively invite foreign students from different backgrounds and religions to study about Islam and its culture. This would at least make sure that the future leaders would have a sufficient understanding of Islam and would reduce the potential for injustice of policy toward Muslims. There are various fields of Islamic study provided by Islamic University in Indonesia. Some of the Islamic University even developed further to become a full-fledged university, providing also general fields such as economic, medicine, science, engineering, psychology, politics, and etc. Such as Sharif Hidayatullah Islamic University, led by Professor Dr. Amani Lubis, who is part of MBC University Senate. How Islamic study outcome can create understanding and mutual respect still? Islam places science and scientists in high position on a par with believers. This can be seen from the many texts, both the Quran and Sunnah, that encourage people to seek knowledge. Religion and science are inseparable units. Islam teaches its followers to always observe nature and use reason, both of which are the basis for building modern science. The command to observe various natural phenomena leads humans to think empirically. The use of reason is the basis for rational thinking. This condition has occurred since the Middle Age of Islamic history until now. This attitude arises as a result of difference in thinking that give rise to different groupings in Islam. Based on a survey of US university, the percentage of university department which Islamic studies specialize on their faculty almost double. We know that the interest of Islam started rising as the boost of after 9/11. While among the religious studies department with graduate program, the ratio rose from 36 to 57.9%, though even among these departments, the commitment to Islamic studies varies considerably.
I just would like to remind you that
okay, I will be.
Thank you very much.
1 more minute?
1 minute.
Yeah,
Thank
for
you
the
very much.
conclusion. Okay, sorry. As you know that effort being made to achieve Indonesia, Indonesia as the presidency of G20 made R20 as the effort for this mutual understanding to facilitate the emergency of a global movement in which people of goodwill of every faith and nation will help bring the world's geopolitical and economic power structure into alignment with the highest moral and spiritual values for the sake of humanity. Conclusion, the religion as part of one's culture's value plays a significant role in shaping the international relation policy. International cooperation between countries with different cultural backgrounds need to be fostered by encouraging Islamic studies in public university to create mutual understanding and mutual respect between cultures and religions. The outcome of Islamic study could nurture and incorporate the spirit of regional and global cooperation inside the mind of our future global leaders, as the cooperation is also one of the values of Islam. I thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Noor Al-Saigh. Islamic studies outcome can create will understanding and respect. Thank you very much. شكرا للدكتور نور الثقاف.
Thank you very much, Dr. Noor Al-Saqaf, for her great topic. So universities are considered one of the great entities that the youth are spending important years to structure their knowledge. And the role of the university does not depend only on giving knowledge and information for the youth, but also there are community roles that are very important, which is planting the national citizenship and how to build a positive character that would contribute into building the nation. It's my pleasure to invite Dr. Noura Al-Anazi, member of Imam Muhammad bin Saud Islamic University. And the manager of the scale of loyalty, so that she would tell us her role in universities. Thank you so much. I have a presentation. Please, can you show it on the screen? All praises and blessings to our Prophet Muhammad that has sent as a mercy. Before I start, I want to invite or I want to thank all the researchers and all the excellencies, and I thank everyone who held this conference and to give me this opportunity to have this opportunity to participate, to take this part into this conference that's inviting to coexist and to accept everyone. And on top of that, the president of the university, I will speak about my topic, which has the subject of the role of universities in how to empower the nations and and how to coexist with the others. From Imam Muhammad bin Saud Islamic University. Could you please just move on to the second slide? I will take three researchers or three topics, and the issues of the researchers, and what are the goals and the aims, and what are the definitions. And the second research, which is how to be referring to the nations. And what are the evidences, and the third research, which is to the coexistence, and what are the strengths and weaknesses, and having a visionary of recommendation. Let me just mention it in brief. Mentioning few verses from Quran. And from the moderation that has great deeds, and Islam has came with the concept of coexistence with the mankind, and has been planted into its people, and as a university, as a educational institution, they are ensuring that to giving the programs, and what are the outputs that will be offered to the marketplace. And what is the main role that to empower the societal values that would be empowered into these results. And there is a educational responsibility towards the society from developing the students, and these students would have the great entity to the society. And from our perspectives as researchers, there are great people who are having this role, the educational role, which is very important to us. And what are the things that would be referring to the nation, which is few points or few issues that are facing into our words, which is depend of the characteristic of the trait of that person. And for that, there is one of the issues in this research is what are the roles of the universities to have this coexistence values, and also the importance of this paper or this research that would have taking that issue that is being held around the world, and how to coexist into the internal and external societies. And we have taken the youth, that they are the most important one, the most important phase, or the most important element in our Saudi community. And in addition, there is the analytical approach, and for that I have reached that this suggestion would have outcomes the efforts of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and how to raise awareness. Specifically on the efforts of our university. And the suggestion would be that the Imam Muhammad ibn Saud Islamic University to raise awareness of the coexistence values. Firstly, to empower the university's role on how that their students to have this nation values and the coexistence, that it would be a religious demand, and it would be also beating the market of the society demands as well, and also to have the acceptance of the versatile languages and the versatile religions that we are living into among the societies, and to accept the religions or the other religions, and they will to avoid the hatred speeches, and would also welcome anyone who would be into our Islamic values, and would also outcomes or to result into tolerant speeches or expressing point of views. What are the tools that would contribute the roles of the important roles of the universities? We will just go to the tools. For the suggestions, I focused upon these elements. Also from the teachers and from the activities that are included into the university. for the programs and the academic courses to empower the coexistence and the referring to the nation, that these programs and curriculums and academic curriculums would have scriptures, direct scriptures that would be clear to the students on the importance of the coexistence, and it won't be focusing only on the information. That it would be direct building directions, and in addition to for the people who are taking role into the teachers, that there will be that there will be on how to grow the loving of the nation, and the teachings or the teachers would. The students would be the organizers, and they will be the ones who will benefit from these courses, and how also to understand each student would feel proud of what they are feeling towards their nation, and also to grow that feeling of nations, and helping students to have this open horizon. And also to empower or planting the people, and how to have the coexistent values, and also to build that national characteristic, and to have this sense of intellectuality upon this nation, so that the feeling of coexistence will be arised. And one of the main tools, which is reminding the great understanding of how these people would or how these students would have this sense of loving their nations, and how to empower this trusting between the community, and the role of the teachers, which is the second element or the second part of the research. The teachers won't only focusing on how the methods of the teachings. There will be another elements or other methods, for example, on how to coexist, or how to promote the coexistent values. For example, to how to there will be student unions, student activities, and for that the students would promote. Dr. Noura, you have only 1 minute. And they will direct the interactions between the societies as a group spirit, or the spirit of the groups. And for the university activities, to promote the university activities, the students should be involved into all the national activities, and also for the expats in the Saudi Arabia. I'll just go into the last point, which are the results. To empower the role of the universities, there should be promotion for the teachers, and what are the things that should be given into these works to empower. What are the great things that the coexistence that should promote, and there will be a yearly awards for these teachings, or for these teachers, and who are apparent. To empower and for the loving of the nation and the coexistence, and would also taking into consideration the coexistent values between its students. And I wish that there would be an initiative administration values that would be taking into the initiatives of the teachers. And what are the activities between these people, and promoting the loving nations? And the recommendations, just quickly, the youth that should be promoted. Important definitions that deepen the loving of the nations and the coexistent values that has the good values or good intentions or good deeds to the communities, and would also have this sense of execution. That has a sense of people into the universities, and the teachers should have this value that they should develop or maintain the coexistent spirit between the students with the people who has on the skills and the capabilities, and that would be reached even if unless if the teacher would represent as a great role or the great value. and there will be also educational value, and also the Islamic or the research centers should promote the coexistent values, and would look after the opinions of the students, and would hone the capabilities of these students, and taking into the considerations, and also giving these students or these people to have this loving nation and to coexist. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
كل الشكر والتقدير للدكتورة نورة العنزي على مداخلتها.
Her presentation, and she has talked about the role of universities to promote the coexistence and the tolerance among communities, from Imam Muhammad bin Saud Islamic. The concept of citizenship is considered is value of the most important values which makes collaboration and harmony among the communities, and this will be reflected on the rights which an individual has and the duties he has towards his community, in line of the political, economical and cultural and sociable changes. And over the last years, the comprehensive citizenship has been understood, and it has been promoted and has been part of the curriculum which is taught at University. Dr. Mariam Zaidi, member of the education staff and the Emirati researcher who works at Muhammad bin Zayed University, and the preacher in the Awqaf and Islamic affairs. Peace and blessing be upon you all. At the beginning, in the name of Allah, the most gracious, most merciful, prayers and blessing be upon our Prophet Muhammad and all his companions. Our Prophet Muhammad, I greet him, and I greet all his fellow companions and all his followers. Later on, I am very pleased to stand among this elite of researchers and the owners of science, and it's a proud to be among this selected elite. I'm going to talk about one of the hubs which is very important, and one of the important presentation we have heard over the 3 years. I would like to talk about a speech which includes something which is emotional and words when we talk about the country, about the second country, as the poet said, the country or the home of someone is his country, and the country must look after its people. And our Prophet Muhammad indicated that the paradise is under the feet of women, under the feet of mothers. What about the second mother, our country? The poet is our home and our stability and our identity, and we have the assets and how to earn our living. The country has our past, our present. So the paradise lies at the feet of the second mother. And for example, we have a lot of saying and praise words for the country and how important the country. And there are some reasons in the name of religion to deviate from the meaning of country. There are some political and religious schools have emerged and have been responsible for spreading corruption, but the country is our country, and no one can change the love, our love for the country, and there is no place in the country for corruption. We must belong to the country, and this is an instinct that we love our country. People who have sound mind people who have sound mind love their countries and love the place they live on. The countries are considered jewels which are connected to our spirits, and we do our best in order to secure our country through the meaning of citizenship. Most countries have been based on the diversity and the diversity of religions and the different ethics. So any country now has many different religions and people come from different nationalities. So there are many meanings for the contemporary meanings of the citizenship. So citizenship means the feeling of belonging to a group of individuals who live in the country. As Sheikh bin Baya says, citizenship is a new concept, and it is the mutual relation between some individuals who live in one country, and they have their own history, and they have different countries, but the country has laws, has regulations, and they define these rules and the laws to the individuals, and those people must be loyal and respect these laws in the country, and all people, regardless of their nationalities, must respect the laws, and they enjoy all the rules, and they are dealt equally. So there is a constitution, and the constitution is respected by all people. And what we need here, that there must be a reconciliation among individuals to respect the rules. Our Sheikh Abdullah bin Baya has talked about the citizenship and made it very clear. And the citizenship is very important in the shade or in terms of the globalization and the new things which have appeared this year. So the citizenship is considered comprehensive idea. It is connected to the artificial intelligence, and we belong to all people by brotherhood, because we are all brother in humanity. So this relation must be built in constructive cooperation. This conception of comprehensive citizenship must be looked after, and they must be involved in Islamic studies in order to remove and reveal the real meaning of citizenship, and there must be reality. We must be loyal to religion and to the rules of the country and the laws. And if we become loyal to the rules of the Holy Quran and the laws of the country, we must become very good citizen. So if the loyalty is only for religion, this is free. It's the choice of everyone. But also, the being loyalty for the country is very important. There is no conflict between the religion or being loyal to the religion and being loyal to the country is very important. So we must teach the students and educate them to be away from fanatism and extremism. And so we have to involve in the Islamic studies all the rules and the regulations we would like our students to be aware of. So we have to prevent the individuals from hating each other, and there must be a religious and moderate speech through which we have to educate people and teach them how to live in peace, how to live in tolerance, and we have to promote peace. From here We must analyze any religious speech to know if it is a sound religious speech or an extremist ideological speech. We have to analyze the religious speech according to methods which have been set by scholars, which makes all the people who listen to this speech become able to understand any concept before he behaves in a bad way. So the comprehensive vision must include all the information which leads to balance, which leads to good values. We have to revise all the Islamic curriculums very well from now and then, and we have to focus on the texts which are taught in the Islamic studies at our university. There must be a balance and a way to remove all the barriers that make it difficult for the students to understand Islamic studies very well. And we have to respect the advancement of technology all over the world. And we have to identify or shed lights on that concept of citizenship. It's very necessary to instill the meaning and the correct meaning of citizenship to make people live in coexistence and peace. We have to be aware of the advancement which takes place by the passing of time, and we have to study the reality very well. And the communities have become aware of the different religions which surround them. But we have to focus on humanity, and we have to revise the Islamic curriculums all the time, and we have to look and revise all the Islamic studies, and they must be connected to the Holy Quran. You have 1 minute left. We have to involve all the terms which are related to humanities and belonging to the country. So some people misunderstand the Islamic studies. There must be references and understand the concept of loyalty. And this concept is a part of the problems which might become obstacles among us to live in peace. So the loyalty is very important. So we must be loyal to the country and to our Muslim brothers and respect the diversity in our country. And we must consider and respect the mutual respects and the rights of others who live with us. People who are considered extremists, they don't have any religious reference, and they don't look for or seek for information, or they don't gather knowledge which will help them to understand the differences. Some verses of the Holy Quran. And these verses of the Holy Quran, we are invited to peace, and we have to be good citizens, belonging to our country. Finally, the development of our countries and moving them to advance, we need some elements. We must focus on the scientific research and the scientific movement, and the role of scholars is very important. And in order to improve the identity and the feeling of loyalty to the country. So, and we must have dialogues with people who have different perspectives. So we ask Allah to lead us to success, and ask for security and safety to our countries. And God May God protect the United Arab Emirates, and Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you for Professor Mariam. She has talked about a lot of things and how to keep our countries, and the country is a jewel. The concept of positive citizenship, and the concept and the meaning of citizenship, and there are different definitions of citizenship, and the importance of analyzing the religious speech and also supporting the scientific research through dialogue and the coexistence. Thank you again, Dr. Mariam. The difference is a natural thing, but it mustn't stand against coexistence and understanding harmony, because Islam has made that difference and entrance to get acquainted and coexistence. Some verses of the Holy Quran, Allah said the meaning, we have created you in as individuals, the tribes, and please get acquainted. In this paper, we are going to listen to the role of the Islamic studies to promote the international coexistence. Dr. Muhammad Aslam al-Abedi, member of the staff in Muhammad bin Zayed University for Humanities, and is the owner of different researches in Aqidah and the Islamic intellectual thoughts. Please start. In the name of Allah, praise be to God, and praise and blessing be upon our Prophet Muhammad. At the beginning of this presentation, I don't have, or I can't express the feelings I have now when I watch my teacher and my Sheikh, His Excellency Idris al-Shahri, on the front lines sitting. This Sheikh has have helped us and have helped me as being a teacher and an example, and he has a great influence, a good influence on me, and thank you. I would like to thank him again. As the poet says, stand to the teacher and respect him, and the teacher can be a prophet. I would like to thank our university by allowing me to participate in this international conference. I wish that I do that participation, and the title of the conference is very important, and when we talk about the values of coexistence and tolerance in the country of tolerance and peace. No wonder, and the country, the UAE, is very important and knows about the feeling of tolerance and peace. The diversity in religion and the language and their ethics and colors, this is a nature. This is something normal, and Allah says that some verses of the Holy Quran, Allah could have made you one nation, but He has created mankind in different colors. This is the philosophy of Allah. This is the philosophy of God. Some people were born black, others were born white. So the differences or the diversity is the philosophy of the universe. Scholars and wise people have taught these differences and have asked us to respect each other and to get lessons from this type of diversity. There is no doubt that we should respect the diversity which all religions ask us to do. So we have to admit the others and recognize them. These feelings promote coexistence and peace among those people.
some people are having these misconceptions or these extremist ideas, which makes the educational and academic institutes are the houses of wisdom that they have a great responsibility and they are accountable for that. And what we are seeing from wars, that it is greatly important to have a coexistence in the human mindset, empowering what will be happening, referring to the Islamic culture and the Islamic historic, from referring or returning to the resources that would empower the human and the scientific ideas. And in this framework, this research will try its best to present the coexistent values between people, to give a near relationship or near points to be connected between each other. In other words, the ability of Islamic studies to reclaim the message that suits it to let its vision near into the global debate or the global discussion about the coexistence. I'll have to stop for a few subjects because the tight time. The first one, which is admitting that there is a problem. In order just to be aware of that, to admit that there will be an Islamic studies in most of the universities, and I mean the reality of kidnapping. And unfortunately, the Islamic studies has been kidnapped by a few movements that has put its fingertips, and they put their books into these institutes, and according to these ideologies on how to give services into these institutes and these knowledges and these conflicts on how to being literal without having any proper approach to the literature or to the Sharia laws, and claiming and admitting these issues. In my opinion, I think once you admit it, it will have to develop or to have steps of development to reach the Sharia laws, and how it is pure and how it is truthful. And the Islamic universities are required to promote the ideas of coexistence through manifestation, and taking these values from our scriptures and representing it into our curriculums and educational programs, as we can see that yes, the Islamic studies conditions are a bit unfortunately they are not promoted like the other sciences, but we should look into our developed claimings or developed programs and the theories, and what are focusing more about the present moment, to research or to have the sense of research on the field of coexistence and tolerance. And from here, I am proudly that in محاور Zayed University there were a few programs about the tolerance and the human rights and the citizenship, and it has assisted me in one of the conferences that was hosted by Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayya. And it has led me to the intellectual path, and it had helped me in this great experience to teach more than one program. And the coexistence values, they are not theoretical or more something to be looked at. It should be executed, and it should be interpreted, and it should be interpreted into the field initiatives and into applicable programs. that would be included into the schools and the universities and in the house of worshippers and in the fields of words to create the self of inner peace. And in conclusion, into this topic, I said that the Islamic studies in our universities should be completed or a whole, and it has the values. And in other words, the teacher who is giving these values of coexistence, it's supposed to have this sense of encouragement and wisdom in this our time, and to have this ideological speech, the emotional speech, and also that would direct into the emotions of the people, and would have this persuasive and to be convinced into these conferences. And until this day, they do not have this approach, because they are having this fear of expression and critique from the other critics. And there has been another issue of the Islamic communities, that a lot of people who are they are only writing and gaining people's approaches. They are not getting into the fields and understanding what is going on. And the coexistence should be taken into the values of this in this current moment. And in this into this conference, that we believe solely that our vision and the vision of United Arab Emirates in the field of tolerance. Dr. Muhammad, you have less than a minute. I will go to the last subject that will be covering my whole paper. The other subject would be interaction is the base of humanity, or how to living. Interaction is the base of living. Some verses from the Quran. The fear of the other person has this cause of unknowing of the other person. And from that, Abdullah bin Bayya teaches us that the other person in Islam, it's not something that nothingness, as I have studied. It's something philosophical, and it's something important to understand, so that it could complete your inner peace or your inner self. And as the hellfire that takes from the freedom, the other person in Islam that is expresses, as Ali ibn Abi Talib has mentioned. Your brother in your religion is your other brother in the other religion, as all the humans, as they are different from their languages and from their colors and from their beliefs. May God bless all of you. And as Allah has mentioned in the Quran, some verses from the Quran. I would be ending my paper, and Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. All thanks and greetings to Dr. Muhammad Al-Ubaidi, who has taught about the diversities. It could be something beautiful. And he identified the programs which would be admitting the problems, and having the Islamic researchers into the teaching institutes, and the university roles on connecting the other parts of the community. And lastly, we would like to give all the appreciation and thanking to every single person who contributed into successing into this conference, and all the thankings into the audience and the guests. And assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bahrain University will be pleased to give a memorial shield to Muhammad bin Zayed University, and I invite Dr. Khalifa Dari, Vice President of the Academic Affairs in the Muhammad bin Zayed University. Please get into the main stage. So you'll be taking the award from Dr. Jawahir Shaheen Al-Madahka, President of Bahrain University. Please.
تشرفنا معاليك.
It was an honor knowing you, Mrs. Jawahir.
Alhamdulillah.
Praise be to Allah. Prayers and blessings be upon our Prophet Muhammad, all his companions and all his family. We will start the agenda of the scientific session, the religious discourse and society. And we will start with His Excellency Dr. Rashid Al-Hajri. He is the president of Endowment in Bahrain. Endowment and religious affairs. In the name of Allah, praise be to God, praise be to Allah. Prayers and the blessing be upon at the beginning, I would like to direct my thanks to this honored or blessed Muhammad bin Zayed University for Humanities and all the people who work there, and ask Allah to bless these efforts, continuous efforts, and be crowned by success. The hub I'm going to talk about in this session is a speech about the plan of Friday speech or discourse and the horizons of development. Here I would like to confirm, stress a case which is very important as it appears to me, and we must keep it in consideration. Unluckily, we find there are a lot of burdens on the Friday speech, and this speech has become has a great role to decline people from extremism or doing abnormal things or leaving behind the essentials of religion. And also it has concern from the centers of Holy Quran memorization and some studies at university. In fact, these are tools. The Friday course is a tool, and unfortunately, people who have responsibility or bear the responsibility, we must be frank and honest with ourselves. We bear this responsibility. We are held accountable for these manners. When we have given these manners to those who made bad use of it, and they have declined from the right path, and consequently the responsibility has been escalated. Such young and modern universities, they have to give the universities have to give the burden, the responsibility of delivering the Friday course, people who are honest, and it's very important that we shouldn't let people who deliver Friday speeches, that people who are graduated from Islamic studies. The Friday speech is a tool. If the guy or if the person who delivers Friday speech, if he is not able to deliver it in the right way, and the other sciences do not help him or qualify him, and we have noticed such weakness of Friday speech, we can find that the efforts are devoted in the theoretical side, and the practical method is neglected. So such universities must be responsible to graduate people who have license to deliver Friday speech. Licenses like the license which the drivers of the cars have. the man who delivers the speech on Friday, if he is not qualified, doesn't have enough knowledge, he will decline from the right path. Ali Tantawi has mentioned, peace be upon him, in one of the ages, some scholars went to one of the emirates and one of the sultan, and they complained to him that there are some declinement in the community or bad behavior or ethics in the community, and the sultan or the sultan has told to the guys who deliver Friday speech, you said that you have all these mosques and the centers and you can qualify people and keep the community member or the public from the wrong path, and you come to complain. So there is a great importance to the people who deliver Friday speech. One of the most important matters, Allah has given importance to the Friday speech and has highlighted the importance when the Friday speech, Maulana delivered the speech, and the Friday speech is delivered or is repeated 50 times a year, and it's very important to deliver speeches on Friday, and through that Friday speech we can direct the community, the public. If we are not able to deliver the right speech and direct the community members well, we will have bad or negative effect on the community. So we have a message. We are responsible for Friday speech. I have presented a lot of suggestions to the distinguished or the successful khatib or the successful, which I would like my colleagues to present this paper or suggestions about the distinguished khatib to benefit from it. I wish you the best success and luck.
Thank you, Excellencies, Excellency Rashid bin Muhammad Al-Hajiri, for this great speech, and for committing for his time less than the committed time. He focused His Excellency Dr. Rashid on his speech, the importance of Friday speech or Friday khutbah, and who will be the accountable. And who would be who would be having this sense of accountability of this speech, and he ensured that the Friday speech is important and to focus on the scientific and the applicable field of this khatib, of this person, and the other speech would be for Dr. Muhammad Khalil, former Minister of Religious Affairs in Tunisia. Please go on to the podium. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most beneficial, all praises and blessings to our Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and to all of his fellowship and companions. Your audiences, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, peace upon you all. The topic that I'll be speaking of today, which is the development of the Islamic general discourse, and I want to take a bit an eye on the current speech, and it's a bit tight, that it won't accept all the ideas and all the misconceptions, and then we find that it's falling apart either in the geology or from the approaches or from the dogmatic approach, and which is an approach that leaves without taking any further considerations. And it's a speech that is separated from the reality, because it's a created and reading and praising and theoretical speech, which is something separated from the reality, which is not aligned with the development of the community, and it is looking forward to looking forward to a developed community and the societal aspect, and from the cultural aspect as well. And it's one of the speeches on how to solve the solutions of the community in an effective manner, and the modern theories in front of the globalization, extreme globalization, and the atheist movements and the unethical movements, and how to not taking care of the religious aspects, and making a religion something which is specifically to the individual, doesn't have any part for, and it's only facing the issues on the extremism approaches, and this religious speech has a bit of issues on how to confront these other bad ideas, because the people who are speaking that speech, they are speaking about they are not speaking about the context. They are only speaking about the reality, and it has on the culture itself or the art itself. They are speaking as it is, without relating or referring it to today's modern society or modern world. Maybe they have missed that the Islamic or the religious mindset, they can't accept easily what are the safety or the safe measures that our Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, has taken, and they didn't take the evidences. But in today's world, they are taking into evidences and the sustainability. They are focusing only on the evidences and the reasons and the causes and the effects, without putting an eye on that other speech. And this speech has its own elements, and how to identify its aims, that this person should speak, and to avoid any other deviations. And on the other hand, referring to definitions and quotes, that it was applicable in that time, and solving issues that time has passed on. For example, the fly would make your clothes dirty, which is something that is less important than how to solve the issue. The issue is the course. They want something to living fulfilling, and to look at it and to learn from it, and it will would make him love life and love also the religion itself. And they need also a humanitarian speech, a tolerant speech, looking back to the media forms, as they have made a great impact, or without only just taking as a media man or a media influencer that who only focuses on the media itself, and also practice the ideas of that does not make or create any conflicts or cones to the society. And the media also are trying to inspect all of this youth, and for that there should be developing all the knowingly platforms, and that will benefit the youth, which is the virtual platforms, which is something that is important. Into this digital platform, after taking a few groups into advantage, and focusing on the cons that has caused a negative impact upon the youth, and has reached to being alone. So the digitalization aspect and the virtual space, and to avoid all these groups that they are using, and they are impacting using the speech, it may not be as good as it sounds, as our Master Uthman, what I'm feeling of the Ummah, someone who does not have knowledge, but he have a long tongue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad Khalil, about this speech, good speech. He focused on about the discourse and the religious discourse to treat the community, and he focus on paying attention to the content, not the appearance. The religious discourse must talk to mind, and the religious speech must be general. We'll move to Dr. Muhammad Nuh, the member of staff at Muhammad bin Zayed University for Humanities. In the name of Allah, praise be to God. Prayers and blessings be upon our Prophet Muhammad and his companions and his fellow. Thank you so much in this conference, and we'd like to congratulate the UAE of its national 51 National Day. We ask more advancement and progress, and keeps it safe and security, and protect our sheikhs and the leaders. When we talk, when I talk about the media, science builds strong buildings, and ignorance and destroys the house of pride. The media builds good, but the media now has a bad effect on the buildings, and the wars which take place in the lands of the world because of are there many crises which are raised by the media, and to get the nations and the people involved in military wars. The media today has a great responsibility and endangers all walks of life. The media, the traditional media, the entertainment media, is based on luster, control, money, and women. If we can analyze any movie which can be seen by our children, episode can be analyzed, it goes around the three things: control, the power, the kernel, general major general, money. It focuses on money, and it focuses on women. This media, or this type of media, when this media is based on luster, it becomes weak. Then the media starts to buy some foreign programs, and we find some programs which are translated from other language, Arab Got Talent. These are programs, American programs, and when the channel is weak, the channel can buy these American programs, and it does a media revolution. The Islamic media, and I don't have that short term. The media is a media, but what do we provide the people with, or the public with? When we talk about Islamic media, it must it relies on persuasion, and we have to focus on the competitions and the rewards. The rewards millions in some sports programs. We cannot attract the young through with music and with traditional things. We cannot attract the young, but we would like to develop the Islamic media. We would like to imitate the other programs. It is not difficult, but we try to do our best. We look for people who have the ability, Islamic ability, or the Islamic qualification, or the media awareness. We have to look for those people to select and introduce for good people. So the Islamic channels have become monotonous, and they are not based on science. If I ask a preacher or a scholar and to talk to the young, so the science must have an importance, must have a role. Mufti must be a scholar, but the media man must have a lot of different types of information. If we, for example, if we get someone who knows the rules of music, but his voice is not good, but he cannot apply, what is the use of this guy? We are on the international field. We have 170 Islamic channels, and It is mentioned on Nilesat. All these channels are Islamic, and we have 150 radio stations. But where is the impact? Where is the attraction? So we can say that the Islamic media has a great responsibility, as the others have mentioned. The religion must be connected to our life. So the Islamic media has to have a role in promoting the values of the Islam. We have two things now. Some Islamic who don't have personalities, they say that you are patriotic, but you don't have or you don't know the rules of Islam. So we must look for uniting and mixing the patriotic values or the values of protecting the country and the rules of Islam. So we have to look for coexistence with others, accepting others. You are not only the one who has the truth, who has the facts. So we have to protect the intellectual thought. And atheism is a problem that we are facing now. And people who face in materials only. So faith is the source of the Islamic rules, the source of information, logic, and feeling, and the revelation. Revelation is very important. If someone does not believe in the internet, he believes in other sources. So logic is very important, and awareness is very important. We suffer from intellectual crisis because the revelation has become away from us. So we have to improve the security intellect. We have to highlight the role of the scholars. How many individuals have known about this conference? We are here in this conference. There is one tube only. Is dealt by millions, but here we spend a lot of money. We receive people from all different countries of the world. This is not enough. We have to reach to the public. We have a shortage of the media, how to communicate the information to the public. So there is a barrier between us and between the public. So we would like to find the means to convey our voice to the public. And we have the intellectual invasion which our nation faces. How can we finance the Islamic channels, the 170 channels? We have three sources of finance. The government channels, they are classic. The government channels are classic. And a preacher sitting at a table, and he starts to talk to the audience. The second channel is the private channels, which depends on finance, on advertisements. What attracts the public, the viewers, the crying and the shouting attracts them. So we give a bad image of our religion. So we invite some people who fight on TV channel, and this gives a bad image to our religion. So private channels can be financed by advertisements. The last one is the channels of the parties. The parties who have some source ideologies, and they support these channels by financing them. And these types of parties channels are many, and we have many parties channels, and they try to highlight the lights on some people to make them stars. And for example, each party channel focuses on some people and make them stars. The problem of the Islamic channel is that some of them do not have. I will speak in 7 minutes. they don't have references, and a channel which has been established, but they don't have any Islamic references. Everyone speaks from his own mind, and they say that they are always right. And this type of channel try to make allegation about the other people are atheists and they are unbelievers. The recommendations to improve or promote the Islamic channels, we have to support the government channels. We have to support it by selecting the best people who are knowledgeable and they have media awareness and Islamic awareness. So media awareness is very important because they know how to say, what to say, and when to say. Europe in the media is very important. So people who work on the governmental channel must be knowledgeable. The governmental channel must be smart. They must cope with the changes. The Islamic media must be smart. When we talk about smartness, to attract the young, to become a step forward the young. And we have to not to focus on the form, how the preacher looks like. There should be many disputes. There must be a gathering of young people. We must attract them by giving them rewards. So the channel, the parts of the channels, we have to translate values. We remember maybe this she called as a message. And this message has been able to give lights on Islam. We have to convey the values of Islam into pictures. We have to visualize these values. Rais al-Emirati is very known to all the people in the UAE, but in fact that channel is not sociable. That channel gives a lot of things about charity, about Islamic culture. There must be a competition. The competition is absent. The media is a manufacturer, is a product. And all Islamic channels, people who speak on the channel are not professionals. The Islamic media is the most dangerous type of media, because if we fail to analyze any political issue, it fails in everything. But when we fail in analyzing an Islamic word, will lead to atheism and explosions. And this bad or wrong analysis will spread among the people. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you, Dr. Muhammad Nuh al-Quda.
I want to thank Dr. Muhammad Nuh al-Quda for his great speech of his speech on the dangers of Islamic media and the elements of the successful media, and what are the important roles of the Islamic media, and which is the empowering of the values of the citizenship and coexistence and the tolerance, and to have the great role of the researchers. Now we will move to with Dr. Maria Al-Hattali, one of the members of teachings of Mohammed bin Zayed University for Human Sciences. Please go to the main podium. Peace upon you all. All thanks to Allah and all praise and blessings to our Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. And after that, I want to hugely thanks to Mohammed bin Zayed University for Humanities, and on top of that, Dr. Hamdan Musallam al-Mazrou'i, the chairman board of trustees in Mohammed bin Zayed University, and Dr. Khalid, the vice president, and for giving me this opportunity to take this participation with the great researchers, with these great researchers from around the world. We will speak about the Islamic speech on the media outlets. no one of you has doubted that took the message of Islam from Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and they have thought of it or understood it from their own condition or their own situation at that time, and from the environment that they have lived and the conditions that they have living, and basing from the authenticities of the Islamic values, and learning from the Quran and learning from the teachings of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. And with the time that is being passed, there are few movements and there are new realities and new platforms that forcing to develop the new Islamic discourse, depending on the new platforms. Surely, everybody know the effects of the social media and the media outlets on individuals in the human communities. There are a lot of people who are interested with the media field in their versatile fields, and now we can find that Islamic discourse has went through a lot of levels, as we have witnessed today. As the Islamic discourse has been through a lot of levels, historically speaking, on the individually, or taking the knowledge from the sheikhs in the masjids or mosques, and it was considered as a university who can take knowledge from and take science from, and also taking knowledge from the books, the Islamic books that has conveyed and printed. And then the Islamic discourse has increased in the middle of the 5th century, which has contributed a lot that can take books and also to focus on the students, and also opening Islamic centers. And with the development of the Islamic outlets in the first 20th century, the Islamic media or the media outlets was been spread through the communication methods or the social media outlets, as we can say, or we can know that the explanations of the Quran was being aired either on TV or on radio stations, and now everything has been published to all of the human or the Islamic communities. But one of the social medias, and especially of the written ones, it has focused mainly on the things or historical approaches that through novels or teachings, that as if Islam is something separate from what we are teaching or what we have taught, and the extremists took that part or took these writings to affect the youth mindsets. And we can find that from the writings, from the media writings, there are the researchers has been given lack of attention on how to improve or to how to focus on these community issues. And these programs would be for scholars, either past scholars that they have recorded before, without even taking the consideration of today's issues. And also to focus on the matters on the modern one, without even taking an attention about the new media outlets. And also we are ensuring the importance role of the scholars and the Islamic entities to publish the Islamic discourse, to take care of the new media outlets, and to identify what are the new things and what are the new methods to publish the moderate Islamic discourse to the people, through searching to tools that we can attract the youth through these Islamic programs, as we can call it as social media on today's world. Everyone has been competing on it to reach to their own goals by any means that could be used. And also to ensure or to focus about the programs, today's programs, that they are aligned with the dimensions or demographics of the market. And we can say that geographically speaking, that these programs are very less, and all of them are unfortunately negativity from extremist universities or from the traditional programs that they are not aligned either with the youth or with their interests. And with that, as all the scholars have mentioned, that that youth and the communities that are avoiding these programs, it may be sometimes a small reminder that could help us could help them to change their rooted ideas or rooted behaviors. And also these speeches are very sensitive. They should be taken under consideration, and to drop more interests, and to also increase the percentages of the Islamic discourses, and also to there will be an entertainment or entertained platforms to present the moderate Islamic speech to reach to the biggest demographics in the society. And as I remember in this matter, the brotherhood, as we have that has mentioned the media or the media role to interpret of what has happened in a document or in the tolerant or coexistent concepts to real tangible evidences. And it will be also being appeared to the youth and to structure them correctly. And also, I'm repeating that to renew, and it's important to renew the Islamic discourse, and also to have the spirit to moderation and to express, and to also have conversations with different tools and entertainment methods, and also modern. I apologize for being too long, and assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Maria الثاني for her valuable and enjoyable speech, which she speaks about the effect of the media on the Friday speech, and also she speaks about the importance and development of the religious discourse and the focusing on the means which surround the youth and the things which protect the youth from destructive impacts. We would like to talk Shukr al-Badi, who works in Zaytun University. Thank you so much. In the name of Allah, prayers and blessing be upon our Prophet Muhammad. Let me at the beginning as we thank Allah. If the one who doesn't thank people does not thank Allah. I would like to express my gratitude and thanks to the United Arab Emirates about this invitation. I thank the government and the public, the nation, and I thank all the people, officials who are responsible on Mohammed bin Zayed University, and all who have participated in preparing for the conference, to this scientific international conference. And I don't exaggerate when I say on behalf of one of my friends, it is a conference for innovation, creativity. What I have witnessed through the sessions, the various sessions which are connected by one thing or one relation to clarify the religious speech and the Islamic studies in order to do their role, its role in this time, which we need to enlighten and shed lights on the cases, the Islamic cases that we address these days. And by accident, we have the religious speech topic session has been delayed, and this has been delayed to be discussed because it's very important, and because this will be instilled in our minds before we leave, and we must focus on it in order to achieve our goal. I have been asked to talk about the Friday discourse and how to develop the Friday course. And the scientific curriculum requires us to divide all the factors which is related to the Friday's discourse. The Friday's speech must be developed, must be selected, and we must be accurate when select this the topic to talk about. So the Friday speech is a chance to speak to a group of people or gathering, and this Friday speech must be comprehensive. So, and we have to develop the Friday speech all the time and modernize the Friday speech, and there is a relation between all the factors of Friday speech, and we must care about how to look for new horizons to develop this Friday discourse and to add more information to the Friday discourse. There is an advantage to the Friday discourse. The Friday discourse is held at the mosque, and the mosque has been glorified by Allah, and we asked us to recite the Holy Quran in it, and the scholars are concerned about all mosques and about talking to gathering of people all the time. In addition to that, the Friday discourse is delivered, is done, and it is different from other types of discourse or speech which are delivered everywhere. So people go to the mosque to perform Jامعة or Friday prayers, and they think that Friday prayers is important, and this is a weekly meeting, and all Muslims are keen on visiting the mosque to perform this Friday prayer. So there is a question how to search the cases for which can be delivered in Friday course. One of the scholars, when I joined the hall here, that the preacher has a great effect on the spirits of the public. And the preacher himself has more effect than other people, because the preacher has his own advantage, which is different from the other people. And the preacher delivers that Friday course where the prayers are very important, especially the Friday prayers. So the discourse speech is very important, and it adds more responsibility to the preacher, because all the elements which are provided to the preacher are many, and they require him to be a reformer, to be able to move our spirits and to build and construct our conscience through the Friday speech. Through that speech, he must provide future projects which will let us do some work to benefit us. If we refer to the prophets, the Muhammad speeches, we find that the topics which have been delivered and spoken about by our prophet were the topics which have close relationship with man, and these topics were very important. So the Friday speech is a way to treat people, and it is a chance to interact between the discourse and the reality from one side by setting alignment among the people. And the Friday speech is very important to all Muslims who go to the mosque, and the preacher must focus on preparing the Friday discourse in a way to convey the meaning, good meaning to the Muslims. There is a question here And a question which is regularly delivered when I speak about the Friday discourse, especially, and the Islamic speech. What is the effect of which we find after by listening to the Friday discourse? The aim of listening to this, there must be a result directed to the gathering in the mosque. And this Friday speech has a ground or has a chance to prevent the information, to direct to advise, to show the gatherings what is not available in other speeches. So we must confirm and focus, and we are talking here about development and the horizons of Friday speech. We must look for mechanisms which are able to develop the Friday speech. This speech or discourse, we look for to reach it or to achieve it. The first matter is that we must provide all the factors for the preacher himself. We are in a stage we must convince of the necessity to send the preachers who are not suitable to deliver such a speech. So the preacher has an importance, has a role. Our Prophet Muhammad spoke about how important, how valuable the preachers are. During the Friday speech, people are very quiet. They listen very well, and they understand or try to understand the Friday speech to benefit from it. So everything is available to the preacher. So the preacher himself must have all the talents which will have the ability to introduce this type of information. No one who speaks can be a preacher, and there must be the right direction, and the preacher must talk about the topics which are closely related to the lives of people. The preacher can talk about matters which touch fiqh matters, but at the very beginning it must include authenticity, and it must have valuable information, and must really be related to the reality. And it requires us from one thing. The essential point in this field of the Friday discourse is the contents of the Friday discourse. We must prepare, or the preacher must prepare the Friday course very well in order to promote the values of coexistence and tolerance. So the Friday discourse is very important, and we must focus on looking for qualified and knowledgeable preachers. This is very important. Anyway, I have summarized what I could summarize from the presentation I have prepared. Thank you for the committee. Thank you, Mr. Moderate, and thank you everyone for your listen. Thank you, Doctor, for his kind presentation when he talked about the importance of the Friday discourse and the interaction between the Friday case and the reality, and he has confirmed how to well prepare the Friday discourse. We move now to Dr. Sterling Jensen, the staff member of Mohammed bin Zayed University. Please start. Shukran. I will go directly to the topic. The pulpit has not become a TV program or a book or a radio which helps to deliver the religious discourse. We can So social media and the internet are considered the resources of the religious discourse. Even the preachers change their message depending on the targets whom are talked to. Therefore, when the preachers of the media a religious case, it will be different from the preachers to deliver the speech in the mosque. In addition to that, the researchers they analyze the religious discourse which is delivered in the media, and debates also about Muslims and dialogues, Islamic discussions about Christians, and also the discussions of Muslims. So Jewish discussions about Christianity and about Muslims. Now we are told now the science that these discussions have not been changed since hundreds of years, and they are repeated, but the means has changed today, as you have noticed and the others have mentioned, and this is the right core or the correct core. All the researches are focus on the social media.
And we can call it the echo chamber, and we are putting in a room of information, and we won't allow the information to collide with our ideas. We just we won't be shaken on this information, and to receive information of the religion. They are slightly leaning into this information, and we only refer to the information that we would be biased to it, and they won't collide to our ideas. And what are the matrices, or and what are the social medias that and the content creators to increase the tweets and posts on their websites, which means that the users are ended to just adding them the articles as the rumors, as the poet just mentioned, that do not tell me soft talk. We just want to know what is the right and the wrong. And in addition, as we have previously mentioned, that the new researchers, that the Islamic discourse in the social media is a bit different from the individual Islamic discourse. For instance, one of the researchers that the Islamic discourse and the social media or the media outlets, they have more political approaches, and the political interests are being silenced, individually speaking, and that would lead us that with the control of the social media or the media outlets on the Islamic discourse, the Islamic discourse has been political in a political manner, or put in a political manner. And also one of the Khwarizmis, as Dr. Muhammad has mentioned, the more tweets and more posts would increase more ads or more advertisements. And what are the human rights, and also what are the psychological and the ethical approaches, and religion is something that is emotionally grabbing, and to consolidate between the individuality and the media ideologies, and the new media has a complex relationship from the echo chamber that put Islam in under the political microscope, and this is the place of the research of the current Islamic discourse. the West are different from the East or the Middle Easterns. They are referring to the scriptures, for example, from the political powers that the governments are looking forward into putting Islam under the political microscope, and it's a bit different from the content creators in the West, but there is a great common ground between the media outlets in the Arab world and the Westerns, and also taking the new platforms that they are powerful and soft at the same time, and a few conceptions on accrediting new media outlets, for example, like the social media, which means that you can connect or to deliver or convey your message to a more expandable horizon or more expandable space, and also towards your competitors as well, and giving the facts analyzers, to give them that the researchers are saying that the facts analyzers, there are two elements of the informations of Islamic informations, and the individual, and there's no something different on it. The individual should know what is the correct and what is incorrect in the social media or in the media outlets, and this is the place that I believe that should be focused mainly on. And also this requires the deep critical thinking, and this requires also increase the individual conversation among the religions, and also to have a face-to-face communication, not also putting digitalized methods into these conversations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson, to his valuable and useful presentation, and finishing before the designated time, and he spoke about his speech about the comparison between the religious discourse between the West and the East, the media, and for example adding politics touch to the public rights, and the skills of critical art. And at the end of this session, we will listen to Dr. Ibrahim Burshash at Muhammad bin Zayed University for Humanities. In the name of Allah, and prayers and blessing be upon our Prophet Muhammad, the Prophet of wisdom, and all his companions. I start this speech by expressing my thanks Muhammad bin Zayed University for universities, which has been surprised us twice in 1 week. The first time when it organized an international conference on ethics and philosophy, which goes in line with the spirit which we would like to instill the philosophical still in our graduates and our students. And the second time when the university has organized this international conference on Islamic studies to become in line with the spirit which we need to instill in the young generation. And the university has announced through these two conferences, which have been held in 1 week, about the love which combines the love with Sharia and wisdom with Sharia, and try to invest from them with a new vision which combines between the intellectual mind and Sharia spirit. My presentation talks about the Friday discourse and the relation between fiqh and the philosophy. I will try to combine talking about the two matters. The theoretical framework to this presentation, which I am honored to present it to you, to this scientific gathering, and valuable scholars. I believe that this presentation will open the doors to which concerns me, the relation between Malik with philosophy. Some get surprised or wonder what is the responsibility of Imam Malik of philosophy, and he hated the speech and he prevented argument. What is the relation of Friday discourse with this topic? This is the challenge I would like to present it to you in this session, or this blessed session, through a presentation which includes some philosophical ideas and some love and passion for Imam Malik. God bless him. I would like to tell you the summary of this presentation. Otherwise, the moderator might stop me and prevent me from completing my presentation. So the correction of fiqh is very important. They required to the theoretical correction. And any society which does not correct Sharia theory will not be able to advance to the future. And the book of Imam Malik can contribute in this correction or expected correction. And the preachers in the Islamic community must be armed with all the mechanisms of poetry, and he must include in the discourse a lot of things and does not depend on himself. So the preacher must do his best and must be hard working and must have targets by using phrases by Ibn Rushd al-Faqih. The Friday discourse has an impact, and that impact is divided into two traits: education and the dialogue. This is the summary of my presentation. This presentation has been decided into two parts: practical side and the theoretical side. In the theoretical side, I try to show the contribution of the fiqh correction and its role to deal with the challenges, and how Imam Malik could use philosophy. The statement of Imam Malik that the Islamic city, as long as it is devoid of preachers or scholars who give misconception about Islam, they will get clear understanding and a clear vision about Islam. So we must select the best scholars, the best preachers. Naturally, the fuqaha work hard and they don't find any critical situation if they speak about philosophy, when they speak about the Friday course. We have Al-Ghazali and other scholars who were interested in fiqh correction. Fiqh correction is very important and gives the way to people to understand the reality and make people aware of the information and the rules of Sharia. The second part, I'm going to talk about the contribution or the book of Imam Malik included many philosophical points, and I would like to focus on three elements. And I have driven these points from the books of wise people, and they are Ja'far al-Mansuri celebrated by writing many books about Sharia, and he was Khalifa, and he was interested in the old sciences, and he believed, as he said, the origin of science is a story by the public of the city. Al-Khalifa Mansour, Khalifa al-Abbasi, was the first one who was open to Syrian and was interested in translating the medical books, and the medicine was connected to philosophy, as it was said. Jalinaus said the favorable doctor is a philosopher. The second thing is represented by Harun al-Rashid by celebrating the books which were written, and he celebrated with his two sons. So there were a lot of activities which took place in the past about translating the books, philosophical books. A lot of philosophical books were translated. Ibn Rushd, the philosopher, also explained many things to Aristotle. He memorized many poetry, many philosophical parts by Aristotle. There is no doubt the idea of Mansour and his keenness himself, or Rashid, to make the public laws of the country must have philosophical point of view, and he has made the books the reference of the laws which were issued by the country, and the laws must be unified, and the laws must be respected, and this was a guarantee to make the people loyal to the country. And that was an advanced idea which took place in the country to make individuals like and respect the country. The preacher must respect the laws of the country. In each discourse he delivered in the mosque, in order to avoid the chaos among the people. Malik was characterized, mercy be upon him, his fiqh was practical. It combines between hadith, a lot of theoretical and practical things. In the past, there were a lot of faqih, and they focused on the reality, and reality with their guide when they talked or delivered the Friday discourse. And they cared about the laws of the country, and you know more than me that the importance of fiqh Malik in this field, the field of the discourse, and it was discouraged by making everything easy for the public. Khalifa al-Ma'mun met with the philosopher Ibn Rushd. They took together Muwaffaq when he was young, and Ma'mun was lucky because he took him directly from Imam Malik. But Ibn Rushd, the grandchild, took from the preachers of his age. Then, in general, in an accurate way, the preacher must depend on his discourse and refer to Imam Malik information. So there must be fiqh programs, because there is a lot of information which must be used and involved in Friday cases. Al-Muwaffaq, as he was introduced by Malik, included a lot of sayings of our Prophet Muhammad and the Sahaba also, and also he focused on involving all the information which was mentioned in the past in the sayings of our Prophet Muhammad. And this course must contain many different dimensions and information which is useful to the community. And the preacher must have a critical mind, and he must be creative and innovative all the time when he so the preachers of Friday, they must refer to Imam Malik books, the gentleman of the city, and get inspired from all these books. And these cases or information must be related to real life situation of the people. And the information must be at the level of understanding of the community. And people who climb up the pulpits in the mosque, and they must consider that science is a religion. And Imam Malik advises us to guide the preachers in order to open their intellectual methods, in order to enrich their religious discourse. So using and references and getting the information from these reference of which were mentioned in fiqh books must help them to teach the community how to become humble. All what the preacher needs is this curriculum, is this method which is like light, which makes the lights in the hearts. And the manhaj ibn Malik, curriculum ibn Malik, this will help the preacher to benefit from the reality and from the information, to introduce valuable discourse. In this way, the preacher will be creative and will be very successful in delivering all the information to the community. Thank you, Dr. Ibrahim Bershashan, for this valuable presentation in which he talked about the relation of Imam Malik and his philosophy and the necessity of the fiqh correctness and the partner between the reality and the fatwa. And I don't have at the end of this course except thanking His Highness Sheikh Muhammad bin Zayed, the President of the UAE, by supporting science and scholars and the students. And I would like to thank my honored university, and I thank all the people, all organizers, and all have participated, all the students of the university. I would like to thank the audience, and I would like to apologize for the professors because I interrupted them when they presenting their researches. And thank you. God bless you. Thank you so much. Thank you for this valuable session. We'll have a break for the prayers. Then we'll go back to come to read the final statement read by Dr. Khalifa at 4:30. So we'll meet you again at 4:30.
نرحب بمعالي الدكتور حمدان مسلم المزروعي رئيس مجلس أمناء جامعة محمد بن زايد للعلوم الإنسانية، وندعو سعادة الدكتور خليفة الظاهري نائب مدير جامعة محمد بن زايد للعلوم الإنسانية لقطاع الشؤون الأكاديمية بالصعود إلى المنصة لتلاوة البيان الختامي.
Praise be to Allah, prayers and blessing be upon our Prophet Muhammad, his family and all his companions, all participants who have participated in the second annual conference, who have attended here this conference, which under the title of the promoting the values of coexistence and peace and tolerance, and they congratulate on the success of the conference, and they praise its studies and programs, and they direct to the UAE with all the highest praise words on the hospitality and the care. And they thank His Highness Sheikh Muhammad bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the President of the UAE. They are praying him to, may God protect him and all the leaders of the UAE, and they ask Allah to rest Muhammad Sheikh, His Highness Sheikh Zayed Muhammad bin Sultan in peace, and His Highness Sheikh Khalifa bin Zayed, God rest his peace, and security and prosperity might prevail in the UAE. After that, Islamic studies play an important role in the educational institutions. It plays a great important role in developing the religious discourse, and it looks for development and investing all the sciences to rebuild the individuals and to benefit all the community and all different types of sciences, and also it helps to support and promote the vision of the UAE and to control these Islamic studies, and by adopting positive models of education in all walks of human resources, humanities, and also to achieve the leadership vision of establishing Muhammad bin Zayed University for humanities, and also to construct a valuable university which has positive thoughts and objective thoughts for people who deliver the religious discourse, and to develop its role in developing the Islamic studies and responding to the need to merge the sciences, Sharia sciences, in the context of Sharia knowledge. Muhammad bin Zayed University for Humanities has held its second annual conference on Islamic studies at universities about promoting the citizenship values and coexistence from the 21st to the 24th of November, and the conference has attracted a lot of participants from different countries, including some public figures, included some ministers and some deans and the presidents of many famous universities all over the world, and from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, from Egypt, and from Mauritania, and the professors of the Islamic studies in the countries of the world. the agenda of the conference started with a speech by Sheikh Abdullah bin Bain, the president of the IFTA Council of the UAE, and in his speech he talked about the meaning of the Islamic studies and its importance, and showed the needs for developing that measure which might be suitable for addressing the challenges. And Dr. Hamdan Musallam al-Mazrou'i also has delivered a speech, the chairman of the board of trustees, and he showed the vision in which the university started and the right message the university wanted to launch and spread to the world of the world. It asks for tolerance, peace, and coexistence, and all participants focused on the 5 pillars, and they held different workshops over the 3 days and discussed many issues which are related to the issues of teaching Islamic studies at university, and also about the curriculums which are taught at the university. And also they talked about different hubs: Islamic studies, vision and the content, Islamic studies, and the curriculum of teaching and research, and rebuilding teaching the Islamic studies at university, and also the religious discourse. They have talked about a lot of hubs, and held the 3 workshops which to discuss the Islamic culture, religion, and the science, from conflict to harmony. And also they have talked about Friday discourse and how to develop it, and all the participants who have been in the conference to have a new conception of this knowledge about the innovation and humanities and its role in order to promote the values of the citizenship and the coexistence in order to keep the stability of the nations. And also the participants have come out with these results, rereading the self, and also studying all the knowledges of the identity, and to protect the young from the declined, and also to develop the Islamic studies which are driven from the allegations on the Islamic studies that they ask for extremism. So they have asked for developing programs and books, the human needs and the spiritual needs of mankind, and they'll always look for development. So we have to develop the objectives of sciences, and we have to look for new sciences, and the social or Islamic studies must be present and meet with the challenges which they address, and they look for anything which is positive to serve religion and mankind. The requirements of rebuilding Islamic studies and developing its curriculums, they will help to cope with the new ideologies of the age, and there are many justifications in order to revise the Islamic studies and develop all these things. We have to look for the innovation on the basis of Sharia, to ask for harmony between the context and the religion and the mind. So the best thing is to teach the Islamic studies and look for different sciences and different cultures, and include all these in the curriculum, to ask for balance among university. All the means of knowledge is a means to keep the Sharia authenticity, and ask for the integration between Sharia sciences and all sciences. So we have to focus on the Islamic sciences and be away from the methods and the processes which deviate us. It's in high time now to get rid of division or the separation between science and Islamic studies. The recommendations is as follows. The recommendations are follows to rebuild the national vision, which looks at the country with honesty and good citizenship and the coexistence and the rights for the leaders of this country, and protect the country and respect the laws of the country, and keep its assets, intellectual assets and human assets and strategic assets. Second recommendation, bridge the gap between the Islamic studies and the spirit of the age. We must keep the sources of religion, and it must interact with the reality. We have to put a deadline for Islamic studies to be developed at the ministry, at the level of ministries and higher studies, and put strategic plans to develop the Islamic studies. The fourth recommendation, preparing unified criteria for the Islamic studies, which are based on the moderation of curriculum and connect between the heritage and the reality and religion and science in the line of merging the quality criteria. Fifth recommendation, to set international standards to help the students to join studying the Islamic studies, and we have to attract the best elements from all the parts or for all majors, and we have to connect the values and the criteria of values of tolerance, holding young workshops and international shops to the students of the international studies students about the issues of coexistence and citizenship, encouraging the researchers to be open to the new curriculums which are related to the Islamic studies. We also urging the researchers to look for information which are related to the reality, also to care for the relation between science and the religion, and based in the current new technologies, and also to put projects to innovate the methods of teaching Islamic studies, also to set international platform which aim is to make a cooperation between the Islamic universities and set infrastructure to develop the educational programs, and also governance of the Islamic studies, and encourage the Islamic researches, and also make a partnership with the international platform, developing the standard tests in the humanities and Islamic studies in order to meet all the objectives of the Islamic studies according to international standards. Also setting up programs to develop the Friday speech in the line of a vision that connect between the reality of the people and the Sharia laws and regulations, and activate the role of the Friday discourse to promote discourse. And I would like to express gratitude Dr. Hamdan Salam al-Mazroui to make this conference and intellectual meeting successful. We'd like to thank Dr. Khalid Zahiri by supporting this conference, and would like to thank the Dean of the Faculty of Islamic Studies, Mustafa Akli, and the team. And the team of this conference would like also the team of the institutional team also would like to thank the guests and responding to accepting the invitation, and this final statement has been announced on Thursday, the 24th of November. And Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. We announce closing the conference.